Make sure it looks good. Because it doesn't, I don't have to log in anymore. It just goes straight to the live.
Oh, does it? Good.
Or that's what it did yesterday. Yeah.
We'll take it.
Is that, are we streaming?
Says it is. Let me check it from the YouTube side. No, seems like we're good.
If you had to find yourself at the Maritime Center today, I'm going to try and burn some brats for lunch.
Okay.
Is that, are we streaming?
Yep, looks good from this side.
Perfect. Yeah, it's funny. I just heard myself. I guess it runs on about a 30-second delay.
Yeah. It gets confusing really fast if I leave it on.
Yeah, Kate was asking me questions yesterday, and I was like, hold on, we did that like 5 minutes ago.
All right. Well, I got my phone on me if things blow up on you, but I expect to be good.
Yeah, everything's been pretty smooth, so I don't foresee any problems.
All right.
And it's going to be a pretty short day.
Is that okay?
I think for not for Cena here, but the rest of the group, we just got to do some spot welds and then install the in wales, out wales, and then that'll be it.
Well, if I find myself downtown, I'll poke my head in.
Sounds good.
All right. Ciao.
See ya.
And Joel, just to give you a heads up, I've got some work stuff that popped up that I'm going to have to, unfortunately, I'll have to handle midday here. So I think between like 3 p.m. and 5 p.m. my time, so between like noon and 2 your time, I won't be able to be pushing this forward, but or on the call. But other than that, hopefully we'll be able to keep on ahead here.
Yeah, sounds good. I mean, I'll be in the shop. I've actually got to build some bookshelves. So I'm going to be in the shop working all afternoon. And then the other option too, I mean, if you don't want to like just have a marathon of a day, a lot of these steps are things that you could spend a week working at as well. Because it's mostly just kind of working through the assembly. And once you get going with the stitching process, it's pretty straightforward.
Got it. Yeah, I mean, I think we're hoping we're hoping to knock it out as quick as we can, and Shirley can actually keep moving stuff forward while I'm working. But
Okay.
Yeah, our goal is even if we weren't trying to catch up, we're definitely trying to knock this thing, like finish this up by the end of next weekend for sure.
Sure. Yeah. And I mean, I do think you'll be able to catch up because where we finished yesterday is about 2 hours short of where we'll be finishing today. I mean, today is just kind of working through, kind of getting final fits of planks. And then we're going to go through with some thickened epoxy and just and kind of work it into some of the corners and seams. That way we can take the zip ties out on Friday and run all our fillets.
And when, Joel, what's the timeline for the Friday class?
Friday, I think it's the same. It's like that 10 to 5 with an hour lunch. And if you need to, adjust if we need to work around your schedule too, I'm more than happy. I'll be able to accommodate if you got to come in a little later or earlier, or vice versa.
Yeah, and I appreciate it because that's Friday's going to be. I think we thought it was just the Saturdays, Sundays, but we'll be working on Friday. We'll try to make as much of that work as we can, and then if we have to catch up over the weekend, so be it.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, and again, that's the one really nice thing about the format of this class is it kind of spreads the load, allows instead of because we that's what we ran into with the first class is we kind of condensed it and it just turned into some long kind of slog nights. People got a little burned out on me. So there's plenty of time to kind of work in. And I think, even if you couldn't jump in Friday, I think we can still get your boat done by Sunday afternoon.
Great. That's perfect.
Oh, we got one away. Cherry. Soy Liz. What do we got here? Kate's ready to.
Laughing about that time lapse. How it was fine, it was fine, it was fine, and then it became time to vote. Nope. So the whole thing's pointless now.
Morning, Kate.
How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
I am well, thank you.
Ready to.
Ready to have fun.
Nice. Yeah, and today is going to be ultra relaxed. We're going to have be able to enjoy Memorial Day because we made it good. Definitely made it farther yesterday than I thought we would. So
Well, that's good.
today should be a fairly short class, I think.
Cool.
We're going to be kind of just focusing on getting the boat, getting the fits just right, where everything kind of lines up, looks good. We're going to go through the boat and basically kind of tack weld it all together with little spots of thickened epoxy. And then we're going to install the gunnels.
Sounds exciting.
And then we'll leave it alone and let it contemplate in silence until Friday.
It is really a sweet little, I mean, it's just so great seeing it. It's a very sweet, sweet little boat.
Yeah, it's awesome. And it's a great kind of utilitarian boat because it's so easy to handle. It's light, it's small enough to kind of store off to the side, lean up against the wall, throw on top of the car.
Yep.
And for what it is, it rows really nice.
Yeah, that's so great. I grew up, one of the things that I think viscerally attracted me to this design is I grew up, the first boat that I ever rowed and then sailed was believe it or not, a Boston whaler dinghy called, and the name of the model was called the Squall. And it looked very similar to this and wasn't that much bigger than that. Of course, it was fiberglass or plastic, whatever. But man, it was a great little boat and very similarly shaped, and fun to learn to row on. And then, had one little sail that you could putt around in. I had a little 2 horsepower Evinrude engine that I would, go think I was cruising along, making trouble, but it was fun.
Right. But yeah, these are nice. And one of the options as far as sail rig goes for this boat is actually an Optimist rig.
Oh, cool.
The volume of this boat is almost identical to an Opti.
Okay.
But the only disadvantage with an Opti is that is for a tiny boat. That is a vastly overcomplicated rig.
Yeah. Okay.
Like a standing lug. And it's kind of built for performance. But what we're doing with Duckworks is we're looking at just really simplifying the sail. And going with a boomless rig. It'll have 3 battens. It'll be a sleeved sail. So basically it'll 2-part mast.
That's perfect.
Composite mast. It would slide down into a step. You slide your sail on, one running line and you're off sailing.
Easy peasy. That sounds great.
And then ideally what will end up happening is you basically just kind of sit in the floor in front of that rower seat.
Yeah.
And you go off to the races.
So it looks like I should flip my boat over, huh?
No, so we flipped it over for Cena. He's because he's still playing catch up.
Oh, got it.
And
Yep.
so we were just kind of showing the steps of installing the scags and the temp jig.
Got it. Yeah, there'll be a moment of truth when I flip it over, see if the scags are actually where they're supposed to be.
Well, if you look from the back and they're straight,
Yep.
you're probably good.
Yep, I think they're good. Fingers crossed.
Yeah. Unless the zip tie broke and the end wandered off, you should be fine.
God, let's hope not. All right.
No. I'm over here wandering around. I got the rest of the class waiting on me. Scott, Warren, good morning.
Good morning.
How are we doing? Boat still looks like a boat?
It looks like a boat. Some of my components got a little damp. It's raining pretty hard here.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, we're not really going to put any, if stuff got a little damp, it'll have time to dry. I mean, mostly, I was telling Kate, we're looking at a fairly easy short day today. We're looking to basically just kind of get all the fits, make sure our boat looks nice and lined up with the planking. We're going to go through and we're going to kind of spot weld all the parts together. Just so on Friday, we'll be able to take out the zip ties and put our structural fillets in place. And then we're going to install the in-wales, the out-wales. So get those gunnels all set up today. And that'll be pretty much it. So by lunchtime today, I think we should be about done.
Perfect.
Enjoy the damp holiday.
Yeah.
You've got the eager beaver over here with his sander. Yeah, I think with everyone's here, so we can kind of jump on in, get started. I think kind of getting started now is kind of working through. If you didn't get all your zip ties good and tight, snugged up, get that alignment in place. I want to finish doing that. I think everybody is already at that spot. But what we're looking to do is, yeah, just I would go through and make sure all those zip ties are good and snug, and everything's in a happy place. The plank, the garboard, the plank two to that shear straight to that third plank. It's pretty easy to tell when those planks are registered correctly, because it does have that registration line that basically runs right through the middle of those zip tie holes on the inside. And so as long as that's not peeking up above the plank, you know that that's in a good spot. And then that seam right along between the garboard and the bottom plank is just taking a look and making sure that's a nice tight fit, that plank hasn't kind of snuck down below the bottom plank, and you've got a good kind of corner to corner or close to corner fit.
Yours is?
Oh, the laptop. You want to troubleshoot that?
Yep.
So I'm getting a warning from my computer that it's about to die. Hey, everybody's still there. That's good. Sorry, our computer died. I had to go for a quick reboot. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yeah.
Perfect. All right, we'll try this again. Yeah, again, it's like we're just looking, we're kind of working through the two main fits that we're kind of really focused on is going to be that. I'm going to go ahead and spotlight myself. Is working with those the kind of that garboard plank, that plank one to the bottom plank, make sure that fits good, and then just working along the transom here, just seeing that the lineup is just kind of coming along nicely. one thing with this set, if you've got some spots where it's kind of where the plank kind of wants to bow out, it's perfectly acceptable to come back, drill an extra hole for another zip tie if you need to, just to help hold that in place. That can help with the alignment. That's actually one of the changes that's going into the kits from here on out, is just a few more holes for orientation of those planks. Because the nice thing with working with epoxy is that any holes we make, we'll just fill them up later. And so here, where I've just got a little more daylight coming through at that transom than I like, I'm going to poke a hole in that transom and then kind of come off to the side, add another hole just so I can add another stitch. I'll apologize to Scott right now because he used every last zip tie already. And I mentioned it yesterday as well, is I did have, if you have some instances where the planks run a little bit long past the transom, that's okay. We're going to be able to come back once this is all glued up and in place, come back with that Japanese saw flush cut just to trim that just and make it really nice and flush.
Well, that makes all the difference. Wow.
So I would do it. If you pull it on top, it'll pull both planks in.
What do you think of that when I drilled my first hole?
It's good. I'll have to get it.
Joel, I got to run for more ties. I got daylight I got to stitch together. So I'm going to be offline for about 15 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, and I mean, if I'm trying to think what you could use for an alternative, if you didn't want to have to go get it, a wire works well. If you've got any like copper wire or baling wire type stuff. But otherwise.
Yeah, I have all that, but it's down on the boat.
Sounds good. Yeah, sorry about that. We ran a little short on the zip ties.
No worries. I'll be back quickly.
Yep, no worries. Yeah, and I'll think we won't jump ahead too far.
Okay.
We won't finish the boat while you're gone.
The one.
A little crazy here, but stand by. Crazy man.
Hey, Joel.
Being paid.
A little ahead, because still working on taking it.
There they are.
Have these for, when it's putting the keel on.
Dina, are those skegs going in okay for you?
Expensive.
Yeah, I was about to actually say, so we got them glued up and zip tied in place. I'm just worried they're not. Sorry for the noise in the background. There's another protest on 16th Street. Lots of honking. Give it a second here. Looks like they're passing right now. But we've got them glued. We've got them zip tied to the bottom here. There's a bit of a gap, and I tried to tighten one of the zip ties more to get more of that curve in there, but it snapped, and I had to replace it. And so what I'm thinking is probably once we get the temp jig on and flip it and put that that epoxy bottle in the middle, that'll induce more of the curve, and then I can tighten the zip ties more at that point to get it flush to the bottom. But I want to run that by you before I moved on.
Sure, and yeah, what's going to happen is one reason you're getting that gap is that you're kind of with the temp jig on and the skegs on, is and the boat upside down as it's fighting that curve, and that's what's pulling that gap. If you get it pretty snug tight, and then where you can kind of get in and wiggle that skeg with your hand, and it's not moving much on you, when you flip it over, that bottom plank is at that point is where it's going to want to kind of settle in place. And I'm thinking that gap will pretty well close itself. And if there's still a little bit of a gap, or you have a little bit of gaps here and there, it's really not that big of a deal, because next weekend we're going to come back and run a really nice structural fillet around that skeg as well, and that'll be able to kind of tuck some epoxy up in whatever gaps are left.
Okay, great.
But kind of what you're looking for, the most ideal is just getting it nice and snug. Is if you wiggle it, it's not really moving. That way, you know when you're working on the boat itself, you're planking with that epoxy kicking off, that it doesn't just kind of kick out and get a little wambly on you.
Yeah. Okay. And we'll be moving through it in pretty short order here, so hopefully we can kind of get it all more or less where it needs to be as we move through.
much important there. This is also a good opportunity kind of when you're working through with the fits, just kind of getting that final shape of the boat. It's not a bad idea to grab those, the seats themselves. You can actually kind of dry fit those in and well, just make sure kind of everything's lining up and looking good. Also gives you a little sneak peek on what the boat's going to look like in more of a finished state. Yeah, and what you're looking for there is, and this is just a dry fit. We'll pull these right back out, but you're wanting those tabs to kind of pull in the transoms there. And everything just kind of lines up to those doublers. Just a good point of reference. Look at that.
Hey, Joel, are we going to just zip tie this temp jig into place or actually glue it in place?
Now, you don't want to glue it in place. Yeah, that'll slow your boat down a little bit.
Yeah, okay, sounds good.
Yeah, just you're just going to zip tie it, and it should snug up pretty easy.
Okay.
It's an extra large cutting board.
Yeah. Got a whole pig.
What we're going to end up doing, I'm going to put next weekend, we'll drill a hole here and here.
Just make it good. Get that gap low.
Maybe. Depends on how the fit is. This is the tightest it's been. So what I've learned kind of for previous classes for getting the correct fit is going ahead and the first two boats I was installing the transom doublers when I installed the gunnels, and what I was running into is with that fit, it tended to want to spring the transom a bit, and it would push it away from that seat, and I ended up with a lot more gap there than I intended. So kind of running through and installing that doubler first makes a big difference.
It's just because of the this thing.
Well, I just got it sitting on zip ties.
It's better the other way with seat 2 showing. So we do it that way.
I don't think it matters.
Okay.
Honestly, I think it'd be better down because we got kind of a goofy fit. Let's go this way. Sand it off instead of having to fill.
It'll flex into the point.
All right, so Joel, we've got that that temp jig zip tied in. We've got the skags glued up and zip tied in. So I think at this point we're ready. We just flip the sucker over and put our epoxy resin bottle in the middle to induce that curve. and then I think we'll be ready for whatever the next step is. Yeah.
Yeah, so you'll get it flipped over, and again, yeah, I'll go. You can just go ahead and drop that gallon bottle right in the middle, and you'll see how it'll really give you that shape. You can actually use both pieces there. Seem to work well for us for just getting it to kind of settle in and be happy. There's going to be a point when you go to put this structure in that you'll actually let it flex back up just so it's easier to run those zip ties. But
Man, that's a curve. And I'm putting it basically right at the tip of that seat, of those seat slots.
yeah, just right in there.
Right.
It's just wherever you can kind of locate that one bottle or both bottles to just weight it down and just hold everything in place.
Right. I'm just gonna tighten these zip ties now that it's in place here.
So, yeah, we're just for Warren and Kate, we're gonna just hold on for a few minutes just because Scott had to run and get some zip ties and want to wait for him to get back before we motor on.
And Liam, boy, he got to go get some coffee, so he'll be right back too.
Hey, if you're gonna do that. About a halfie.
All right, Joel, we've got it flipped. We got those bottles in the middle, and I think we're ready for whatever comes next. Yeah, I can already see the rocker shape there. It's way more intense than I thought it would be.
Yeah, it's got a pretty good little rocker to it. But that's just kind of one that helps keep that transom out of the water when you're rowing.
Yeah, no, it's awesome.
So yeah, the next step you're going to be looking for are these seat supports. That's LKR1, LKR2. There's two parts that are the same, and then this kind of rectangle piece. Those are going to be the first parts that you're going to want to stitch in, just because they're the hardest to get to zip ties. They're center mass, and you'll actually have to pull the weight back out of the boat to get the zip ties to feed under and through. What I like to do is actually go ahead and get the zip ties in place for all these parts so that you've got the click end on the outside, and then go ahead and feed it up through. That way, when you push it down in, it's easy just to thread it through and pull it tight.
Got it. And then where are those going to go? Those two pieces. I see one spot. I've got LKR2. I've actually got to go find LKR1. But I see a slot for one of them. You said there's a second one?
Yeah, so it's what you've got there. It's you've got the LKR two is that rectangle piece here, and LKR1 are these long pieces. There's two of them. They're identical, except that there's a lap, and the lap is going to kind of let that LKR2 set in to the LKR1s, and the letters. The orientation there is that they're going to face in.
Oh, I see. Sorry, I was looking for more rectangular pieces. I see. I'm looking at you now.
Yep.
I see.
And you'll see on the bottom of that piece that will accept the rocker of that part.
I got it. Awesome. Okay. And then we're just stitching these up. No epoxy work yet.
Yeah, this is all stitching. And with those pieces, when you get that set in, those three pieces, stitch them in. You don't want to pull them all the way tight quite yet. You just want to just pull them tight enough where they'll stay in place, but you've got a little bit of wiggle room until you get because once you get those three parts in, you're going to come in with the bulkhead, and then you'll be able to install all that, and that's going to kind of give you a base to start your planking.
Got it. And then I guess so we'll put the zip ties in on these. And I was going to say the notch should face inboard, right, to accept that LKR2 piece.
Yeah, the notch is going to be on the inside of that seat. And that rectangle piece will just kind of fit right on the inside. And it should, once you get it in the tabs, it should all come together pretty easy.
All righty, we will stitch this up and get back to you.
All right. Is everyone else feeling pretty good about the fit of their boat? Got everything kind of in place? Looking good, looking happy?
Fingers crossed.
So kind of the next step in the build process is we're actually going to go ahead and we're going to mix up some epoxy. And what we've got to do is get the boat. We basically have to put some epoxy in just to kind of weld it together, just to make these little spot welds along all the seams. And what that's going to allow us to do is on Friday when we get going, the first thing we'll do is we're going to pull all the zip ties out, and we'll have all those little welds to hold the boat together. And then we're going to come over the top of those welds on Friday and be able to put a really nice structural fill in those joints and really start building the structure of the boat. So we can go ahead and get started with the epoxy. Is get 1 pump of hardener, 2 pumps of resin, get that mixed up really well. And the other thing to have handy in this step is if you've got some sandwich bags. This is probably only need 1 today. These will be definitely come in real handy next weekend, because with these bags, you can also recycle. Like if you've got the bag that your gloves came in or your zip ties came in, get some extra use out of that stuff. But the idea is we're going to use these bags like a piping bag. If you were a pastry chef putting on icing on a cake, we're going to mix up our epoxy, and then we're going to make a kind of a fillet blend of epoxy, and we're going to go through and just kind of hit just a small little lines of epoxy at all the seams. And that's going to serve as our kind of short-term system to hold that boat together. So again, on Friday, when we hit the ground running, we'll be able to pull those zip ties out.
You said one pump and 2 pumps. Is that right?
Yeah. So 1 pump of the hardener, 2 pumps of the resin. So the smallest batch we can make.
Just started to second guess myself. And I thought about it. I did it right.
Get it backwards.
Because the hardeners comes out really easy. The resin takes a while.
Yeah, our epoxy's a little cool. Mix, mix, mix. Mix, mix, mix.
That's a minute and a half.
Feeling good. And then once you get that epoxy, that unthickened epoxy, we're looking at just diving right in, adding some wood flour there, and we want to thicken it up. And we're going to pretty close to that same consistency that we glued our skegs on. You maybe could leave it just a little bit runnier than that if you want to. But yeah, you want something that'll pretty well hold up on its own weight We're not going to be using a whole lot of this at one time. We're mostly going to be running through and just putting it just in streaks along the laps, along the corners and the transoms, along the corners and the seats, just to lock everything in place so it doesn't go running around on us when we take those zip ties out. I think before on Friday when we get started, I'll bring in probably a tablespoon, and then we can actually we'll find a good kind of a good base recipe on just how much of that that filler works well for making a good blend. Yeah, so you can see where Liam's got that. He kind of pulls that up. I mean, he's getting a little drip there, which is going to be fine. But that's kind of the consistency we're looking for. It's something that'll hold itself up on a more vertical surface and not go wandering about. Beauty. It's art.
Mhm.
So kind of we've got our when you're mixing it up. Once you've got your fillet blend, and what I was talking about is using a Ziploc bag as kind of a piping bag. I'll take I should turn around so you can see me. I'm talking to the wrong camera here. What I'll do is I'll take that Ziploc bag and I'll just put it in an empty mixing cup, like so, and pull the edge of the bag over and almost kind of pull that corner where it's tight to the top of the cup. I'm going to do that just so that I can take that thickened epoxy. We've got that blended up nicely, and I'm going to basically just pour that, or kind of spatula that thickened epoxy into that bag, and I'll use the edge of the cup to kind of help scrape that epoxy off, but pretty much want to try and get as much out of that cup as possible. Don't want to waste any of our lovely precious schmoo. Doctor. And so what I'm left with there is I've got that. I basically filled the bag while it's in the cup. And that's going to allow me to just pull the edge of that bag over, keep everything nice and clean. And I'm left with a really short, fat, rotting carrot. And it just collects all that thickened epoxy down in the corner of that bag. And you can just twist up that top a few times just so it keeps from running out on you and getting all over your hands while you're squeezing. But yeah, and once you've got your piping bag ready with that thickened epoxy, you can go grab your scissors or a razor knife, and we just want to just snip just the very tip of the corner of that bag, just to allow that for us to put some pressure and push that epoxy out, and really guide where we go with it, because we're not going to be using a whole lot of this at a time. It's just going to be little bits that we're squeezing into these corners. Yeah, if you make a mess, it just adds more to clean up later. If you want to play detailed cameraman, whenever I'm working with the epoxy, especially when we're kind of using it on the entire boat, I like to kind of start from the inside, kind of the middle of the boat, and work my way out. Just because what I don't want to do is if you put all your epoxy on the outside and then you're reaching in over the epoxy, you're bound to get it on your arms, your legs, the back of your head, your hat. Because this stuff, once it seems to be, it just seems to spread all over the place if you let it. But what I'm looking to do, and I'm gonna start just on a more obvious corner, like with this joint, like here between the bottom plank and the garboard. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna kind of pinpoint that bag where I want that epoxy, and I'm just squeezing just a little line of epoxy to cover up that seam. And I'm doing that in between all the zip ties. And again, you're looking for a bead of epoxy that's probably about the size of that zip tie. We don't need a whole lot there.
Joel, the consistency of the epoxy, it's a little thicker than honey, or are we going for creamy peanut butter?
You want that kind of creamy peanut butter. You want it thick enough that it'll stand up on its own weight.
Okay.
Hey, Joel.
Yep.
Sorry to interrupt the process here. I think we've got so we've got the LKR 1 and 2s stitched in, and I did. It's actually a skill of mine to do exactly what people tell me not to do. I stitched in one of the LKR 2s pretty tight. The rest of them are loose. I don't know if I have to undo those or redo the zip ties, or if it's all right to do that one.
What I would do is go ahead and grab your bulkhead 2. Grab that bulkhead 2, and if you can get it to fit, then you don't need to take out that tight zip tie. If you can't get it to fit, then you may have to take that tight zip tie out. But I think you should be able to get it in. You're just looking at getting this. It's this bulkhead attached to your seat structure, and that's BHD 2. And you can't get those mixed up. You can't install the wrong one in the wrong place because the tabs won't fit.
So I think, oh boy, I think I can get. Yeah, I've got it to fit. I'm trying to.
And those tabs, because it kind of comes in at an angle, it may be a little bit steep it may be a little tight on the fit, but it's just kind of working it in there.
Got it. And I think I see. So it's got to go because I've got the tabs from the LHK 1 and 2 in on the top part of the bulkhead 2, but I'm trying to work the bottom of bulkhead 2 into its slots. That's giving me some resistance, but. I don't know if that's supposed to be pretty snug.
Yeah, but it may be one thing you could kind of reach under and support under those tabs and see if you can get it to seat a little better. And it also could be that you just have a little bit of a glass or epoxy holding you up in the hole as well.
That could be it.
And then here, yeah, and with this thickened epoxy, we're just going to kind of keep motoring on in between all these zip ties. And our goal here is to basically cover all the surfaces, all the joints between every single zip tie in the boat. We're doing that just to kind of lock everything into place. And that also includes the seat structure. I would recommend running that bead on the inside of the seat. If you do that, you won't have to do the outside. It's mostly just there to kind of hold it in place, because we're going to run a nice big fillet along the outside. And if you've got the inside of the seat there, it's not going to get in your way. If you're having a hard time getting to the inside of that, it's okay to do the outside. It's whatever's easiest. And when I'm working in this step, I'm using this face as kind of an example. really push the point of that bag down into that corner, and you can actually create a little bit of back pressure when you're squeezing that out. And what it's going to do is it'll kind of help push into that little bit of gap that you've got in those corners. And those areas to kind of really help give you that that good holding strength that we're looking for. But yeah, I'd start all those seams on the inside of the boat before we start working up.
Hey, Joel, one more quick question for you.
Yep.
So, well, I guess two more real quick. So I've got bulkhead 2 seated, but as I think maybe you can see, one of the tabs on the bottom is flush, and the other one over here is not quite as flush. I don't know if you can see there's a bit of a gap there, but that's the only issue with this bulkhead 2 so far. So I don't know if that's enough of a reason to try to cut these. It might be because it's on the side with the tight zip ties.
Sure.
But I don't know if you think I should.
One thing you could do is, if you kind of brace it from underneath the plank and give it a little pressure to push it down. And 2, when you install those zip ties, it may help you draw it a little tighter as well.
Yeah.
A little bit of a gap here and there. It's not going to be the end of the world, though.
Got it. Okay. I just want to, if it's causing the bottom to twist, like causing the bottom to be twisted a little bit, I don't want to be rowing in circles.
Right. It's pretty difficult to get the boat to glue it up in like a little bit of gap here and there. Obviously you want to get it as tightly fit as you can. But if you end up with a little bit of a gap here, a little bit of a gap there, it's going to be negligible in the final product of the boat. Okay,
great. And then once I've got, is there like a preferred order to run through these pieces, or should we just, I think it's actually in the instructions, but should we start with the transoms or start with the sides, or?
There, we've got our neighbors in the shop are running a power plane, so I'm having a hard time hearing you. If you could repeat that.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say, which pieces should we start with next in terms of, should we start with the transoms, the sides? Does it not really matter?
So the next step there, I would go ahead and stitch in the other bulkhead, and leave it just a loose fit. Once you get the bulkhead and the bulkhead that's attached to your seat structure and your seat structure in, you can actually go ahead and reef those zip ties tight, because that'll be what kind of sets the orientation of everything. It just really helps with getting everything lined up when you're planking. But you'll loose fit the other bulkhead, and then you're going to start with your plank 1, your garboard on each side. And when you're putting the planks in, I would suggest putting the registration, where it says P1 bow. I like to put all the writing to the inside of the boat. Right. And then, you'll do P1 followed by the transoms, and then P2 followed by the seat doublers, and then P3.
Got it. I'll come back to that. So I'm gonna, just to take a couple steps at a time here. I'm gonna do this bulkhead 1, and then I'm gonna do P1, and then the transoms.
Yep.
Okay. I'll do that, and then I'll check back, and then it sounds like I'll do P2 and then the seat doublers.
Correct.
Okay. Perfect. All right.
Yeah, and with all those, you don't want to. It's just making sure you don't pull it all the way tight, so that once everything's all assembled, you'll be able to make some little micro adjustments on placement for everything.
Okie dokie. Will do.
So kind of what Liam did here, you'll see is when you're working in, like you're gluing that seam in the bulkheads, is go to the inside of the bulkheads rather than the outside, because that's all going to get buried. One thing I will say that I've noticed that Liam's doing is be careful try not to run into the zip ties with the epoxy. This is going to get a full cure before we come back to work on it. Any of those zip ties that have epoxy kind of wrapped around them, basically we're gonna cut them off and leave them in the boat. You won't be able to get them to come back through the holes. Not the end of the world, but if we can avoid it, we want to try and do that. And again, you can be quite sparing with the epoxy in this stage. We just want just enough to cover that, just to cover those seams where those planks are meeting.
You get under here.
No.
No. Oh,
Yeah.
ruptured bag.
Yep. And kind of also be kind of conscious of the pressure you're putting on the bag, especially if you're using sandwich bags like we are. It is easy to sometimes get a blowout. And Liam, yeah, and again, it's just working through kind of that area in the bulkheads, and then also when you start to transition to doing those joints between the transom, the planks, the transom and the bottom plank, you'll notice that there's a little more gap, a little more opening. It's really kind of making sure you're kind of point loading the pressure of that epoxy coming out of the bag, and you're really trying to think that you want to squeeze as much of that epoxy into that little gap as you can. While you're working with this thickened epoxy, one thing you want, just like when we're working in the cup, because we do have that epoxy in mass, is be conscious of the temperature of that epoxy. If it starts feeling, you're probably going to feel it warming up in your hand. But if it starts to feel hot, that's when you'll want to think about maybe getting that bag, just get it outside, let it, or either get it outside or squeeze all the contents of that bag out, just so it can do its thing. Because one thing that's working against you is you're holding that bag in your hand, and just the heat of your hand is going to kind of accentuate that process. It's going to speed up that process.
Oh.
And if you do start to get a rupture in the bag, blowout, you can always grab a new bag and transfer what you got left into a new bag.
Get pretty hot
But this isn't, we're not trying to make a masterpiece here. You can work fairly fast in this step. Because we're just looking to get just enough epoxy in there to set up, because we're going to eventually, what's going to happen on Friday is we'll come back over it with our structural fillet. And that's what's going to give us the rigidity that we're looking for in our boat. And then once you've, again, it was kind of starting to the inside, working your way out. Once you've got all those seams between the bottom plank and the plank one and your bottom of the transom, your bulkheads, you can move up to that next joint between plank one and plank two. And there we can go even more sparing with the epoxy. It's just kind of squeezing just little lines of epoxy right on top of that, where those two planks join, right on top of that edge. And there you can see, I mean, I was just basically running just inch or two lines right on top of that, right on top of that joint. Because what we don't want to do is we want to be able to come back on Friday and we're going to squeeze in our big fill and we're going to sweep it with our fillet stick. And if we put too much there, it's gonna kind of interrupt that. That's good.
Hey, Joel, just to check in, we should tighten up the seat structure, that LHK 1, 2, and the little bulkhead there. We should tighten that up before we start with P1. Is that right?
Yeah, I would go ahead and get that a good tightening. Get it as tight as you can. And then the other bulkhead, you'll leave a little bit loose so you'll have some fit. But I like what I found seemed to work best is going ahead and getting that seat kind of dialed in, and then that's kind of your registration for the rest of your planking.
Right. Great. And I was able to get that gap flush, so that's not an issue anymore either. Okay, so we'll tighten up this and then we'll throw on both P1s.
All righty. And one thing you can do as well is when you're moving through this step, like Liam thinks he's painting a Picasso over here, is go ahead and get all your epoxy out. If you've got some cleanups, some spot fills, stuff like that, you can come back and do that. Because what you're fighting with here is time restraints on the working time of that epoxy. Because the longer you keep it in that bag, the more chance of that exotherming on you. So if you go ahead and just dot it out, and even if it does come out a little sloppy and you want to clean it up, you'll have a lot more opportunity to do that once it's out on the surface, and you don't have to worry about the livelihood, workability of that epoxy. because this is a strictly kind of utilitarian step, I guess. It's just allowing us to be able to move forward next weekend. And as again, and once we get, again, you'll be able to, once you get all this epoxy kind of squeezed out in place, you can come back and if you're unhappy with any of your previous steps, kind of fix and refit.
Not even close.
Oh, I think I was too liberal in my application, so I'm going to mix up another batch here, if that's okay.
That's okay. Yeah. And once we get all those seams filled in, and again, too, you don't have to completely fill that whole gap between the zip ties. We're going a bit liberal as well. I mean, you're mostly like here. I've got just an inch or two in each because it's just getting enough in there to hold it in place. We're going to come back with a really nice heavy fill
All right,
the next day of our build.
I may move some around then because I think I've got too much.
Hey Joel, this is probably a stupid question, but the curved part of that P1 should be mating with the bottom, right?
Yeah. So I guess best way to find the best way to know that your registration is correct is that where it says bow is that it's upright and you can read it and it's not upside down.
Oh, okay.
Does that make sense?
Yep.
Motorin. And you can be quite sparing when you're doing plank 2 to plank 3. You can be pretty sparing with that epoxy. It's just getting a little in that corner because that's going to be the smallest fill that we have. Smallest amount of epoxy that's going to be needed to fill. What's going on?
taking an axe to the picnic benches. Missed completely.
Yeah, and then finally too, we don't want to forget about the joints. So where we have those doublers here and on top of the doublers at both the bulkheads, you'll see a little bit of space, especially where those tabs register in. We want to go ahead and squeeze a little bit in there, as well as where those doublers meet the planking. And again, it serves the same purpose. It's allowing for the boat to hold itself together while we take all those zip ties out. And those, for those doublers, you don't need a lot to hold those in place. On Friday, when we install the seats, we're going to put a pretty strong bead of epoxy on that joint that's really going to lock it in place.
Hey Joel, to the extent there's overlap between these planks as we stitch them up, should we be erring on the bottom overlapping P1 or P1 overlapping over the bottom?
So let me grab I gotta go find my demo stick from yesterday. Stand by. So when you're joining the final fit of the bottom plank to P1, so if this is the bottom plank and you're coming in with that first plank to meet, you really want those two corners to kind of sit on top of each other. Even if that outside plank sits on that corner just a little bit, but what we're looking for is it to leave kind of a little bit of a pie-shaped gap underneath that joint, because we're going to come back later and fill that joint with epoxy.
Gotcha.
It just kind of makes your most seamless, best fitting joint. If you end up with it kind of coming down to the bottom of that plank, it's okay, but it's going to take the most amount of sanding and fairing when you flip the boat over. So I like to, really trying to work those corners together best you can.
Gotcha. Cool. Thanks. And are we keeping these stitches on P1 loose as well, or are we trying to tighten up as we go up now?
Sorry, what was that?
Are we keeping these first stitches on P1? Are we trying to keep those loose as we did with the seat structure at first, or are we just tightening them up as much as we can as we go?
Yeah, you want to basically from here on out, while you're stitching everything together, I like to keep everything a little bit loose. That way, when you get everything installed and when you're trying to get the alignment just right on the transoms, you'll have the ability to be able to move that plank forward or back a 1/16 or an 1/8 of an inch if you need to. So yeah, I would just kind of loose fit all the zip ties for the whole build until you get it all together. And then you can kind of start working from the inside out and cinching those down and really playing with the final fit.
Got it. Awesome. Thanks.
It's mostly if you kind of bury a zip tie,
Yeah.
that it will forever become part of the boat.
I just know it'll be easier later. I do it now. Now. I'm ahead, folks. If I'm ahead, folks.
Another step you can make kind of in this process, in this kind of welding together, if you went through with, and you got all those joints and you've got a few where you went a little heavy on the epoxy. One thing you can do is take one of your mixing sticks, one of those tongue depressors with that radiused edge, and you can just kind of run it over with that round edge of that mixing stick. You want to be a pretty low angle on that, just so you are leaving some in place. But that's just going to kind of help you pick up a little bit of that excess. It'll just make it a little bit cleaner in the long run. And you can do that pretty much on all the joints. Because if you do end up with some kind of big high spots, what'll happen there is when we do come to run our fillet, it may be taller than that fill that we're going to add. And if it is, it's going to just it'll just end up adding kind of a bump up, an unfair spot in that fillet. Yeah, I'm just basically running it over with this mixing stick just to pick up any of the extra that's running about. Not a completely necessary step, but it's one of those steps where, it can kind of help save some time in the long run. Anywhere I can work with epoxy that hasn't kicked, it's a little easier than once it's gotten hard and you gotta elbow grease it off. But so I'm just kind of giving it a quick sweep and I'll wipe off any excess that I pick up back into my mixing cup. And then any of the places where you have real steeper angles, so where, kind of where the transom meets the bottom plank, or where the bulkheads meet the bottom plank, those areas you don't have to worry about any of the cleanup. We're going to put such a heavy fill in that fillet that it's not going to really matter. And on the other hand too, there is that all this area, once we finish the boat, will never be seen again.
All right, Joel. So we got P1 in place on both sides. Should we move on to the transoms now?
Yeah. So this is a good time to get the transom in, and that just helps facilitate getting the next set of planks on.
Gotcha. So the bow, and then it's easy to tell because the notched one, the sculling notch is on the stern transom. So
Right. Yeah, and they're different. They're not symmetrical, so it'll be pretty obvious when you go to fit those which goes where. But the stern is the one with the sculling notch, so you'll install that one right over top of your skegs.
Got it.
And then while you're back there installing that, that's a good time to take a look at those skegs and make sure they haven't decided to wander one way or the other, that they're still nice and straight and looking good.
Got it.
Yeah, and for this top lap, I'll even come in and just kind of run my finger to push that epoxy down in that joint, just to add a little pressure. And then also kind of helps get it out of the way and won't leave any high spots.
So it turned out our skegs had wandered a bit and were a little angled. We want them straight up and down as it sits on the table right now, right?
Correct. Yeah, you'll want those, yeah, as straight up and down as you can get them. One thing that will happen as well is that there's a little bit of tension when you stitch that stuff in. And when you stitch the bottom of the transom on, it may help straighten those up a little bit as well.
Got it.
But yeah, ideally you can kind of shift those, and yeah, you want to get them as upright as possible. Because once that epoxy kicks, that's the permanent resting home. There you go. Yeah. The 80. That's good. And this stuff is pretty strong stuff once it cures. It and especially since we're going to be giving it till Friday, it's going to get a full cure, so it'll harden up nicely and should hold right in place. Let us take those zip ties out. Oh, that's not a big deal. It'll get filled up. Forgot about this. Yeah, you remember how kind of looking at the cure, how kind of soft that was yesterday.
Because it was warmer.
What's that?
Is that because it was warmer?
Well, it's just 2 days.
Oh, 2 days, right?
I mean, that's what. So with epoxy, it's kind of an interesting structure. The way it works is generally with epoxy is it'll cure, it'll kick off, in a certain amount of time. With this system, it's usually, I would say, depending on the temperature, 4 to 8 hours to a can touch it, work it state. But it's still green at that point. It's still pliable. And the next day it'll continue to harden, A lot of these epoxy systems won't actually get to a full cure, depending on the system. Some of them are 72 hours, some of them may be 2 weeks before they get to their full hardness. And they'll sometimes go through couple stages, but generally it'll be a little pliable to start, and then it'll get hard and it'll actually become brittle. And then once it fully cures, it just becomes a really nice solid mass it's a lot stronger than the wood that it's stuck to.
I know.
That's going to get moved around a little bit. We're going to be installing our in wales and our out wales, and then quarter knees, and that'll really lock in that joint. And today is similar to the first day. It's kind of a hurry up and wait. It's because once we get our glue on, we're going to for welding these planks together, we're going to move into installing our gunnels, the in wale, the out wale, and our quarter knees. And once those are on, we're going to kind of hands off and let the glue dry. Yeah, Liam, in 2 days, you'll be able to just snap that. Or it won't be that easy, but it would break instead of, but it's, you remember how soft it was yesterday. And then if you do a just unthickened epoxy, it'd shatter like a piece of hard candy.
Yeah, I played with that already. System 3 anyway.
And that's what makes the fiberglass work so well, is it basically just penetrates, and that the fiberglass serves as that fiber. The epoxy holds it in place. Oh. Who's this with the conversion van? I think they've been living in the parking lot a bit too.
Locals. That becomes a problem. You just turn off Velocity's Wi-Fi during hours when they're closed. Solve the problem. 'Cause it's open network, no password, 24 hours a day.
So how are we looking with those, getting all those seams just kind of tack welded?
Am I doing the around the top of the seat there too? All those seams?
Yeah,
Yeah.
so you're looking, and what I would say is just kind of squeeze a little bit in by the tabs. That's
Okay.
probably where you've got a little gap there. Those are, yeah, and it's just, you're just looking just to squeeze enough in there that it won't go wandering off when we pull the zip ties out. Those are less important just because there's no tension there to kind of pull it apart when we take the zip ties out. So yeah, just pushing it, working it down, and that little gap that's next to the tab should be plenty. What's up?
See? Temptation to make it perfect.
Yeah, and once we've got all those, little corners filled, our next step is we're going to be moving into our kit, and we are going to be digging out some more parts. Well, that zoomed in. You couldn't de-zoom it.
One more zoom, that's all you get. Beep.
No, I was gonna say if you could back it out.
Oh, unzoom it. That's the one.
An earthquake. You're smarter than I am.
Other end.
Pretty exciting. I was at the Chimicum Corner Market yesterday, and they had Vidalia onions.
Is that a southern thing? Sounds like a southern word. At least the way you say it.
For it to be a Vidalia onion, it has to be grown within 30 miles of Vidalia, Georgia.
It's like the champagne of onions.
The champagne of onions.
How would you compare a Vidalia to a Walla Walla sweet, my friend? That is the question.
Well, so in Georgia, you can buy, when you buy Vidalia onions right out of the ground,
Yeah.
you can, I mean, they're literally sweet enough to eat like an apple.
Wow. Okay, you win.
I mean, they don't make you tear up, and then when you caramelize them down, it's almost like onion jelly.
Wow. Cool.
But the longer that they have been out of the ground, the more oniony they get. But it's a lot of fun. I went to college about 40 miles from Vidalia, Georgia. And you go to the Vidalia Onion Festival, and you can eat onions cooked about 807 different ways. Most of them include some sort of deep fryer and deep frying.
Made me hungry.
Well, I brought some of those Vidalia onions for us to have with our lunch.
Brought some for the brats.
Brought some.
You guys are the worst.
Terrible.
Sorry. No, it's just me that's the worst. Joel's
I mean,
okay.
You're gonna have the worst later, if you know what I mean.
Oh,
Man.
wait a minute.
Wow.
I'll be here till next Sunday.
So will I.
I don't know. I'm taking the next 3 days off.
Lucky.
Hey man, I'm hourly. What do you want?
Hey Joel, should we stitch the seat stuff before we get into P3, or should we just jump right into P3 after P2?
It's up to you. I like to go ahead and put in the seat doublers after you've got in plank 2, just because it's easier to get to. You don't have to reach in the boat. There's one less 6-inch barrier to get in the way.
Gotcha.
So I like to stitch in that go ahead and stitch in the doublers for both the bow and the stern.
Roger that. Sorry, I realize I should also probably ask which pieces are those? Are those the puzzle joints we glued, like the thinner puzzle joints we glued up, or are those?
Yeah, you have the anorexic omega sign, and then the long skinny that you were asking me about before.
Perfect, got it. And then we want the writing on the bottom, yeah.
Yeah, right bottom or top. Either way, that part is going to get buried. So
Okay.
it doesn't really matter.
Got it.
Whichever way fits better.
fit. Just kidding. Fits perfect. Lo and behold.
I don't think we're quite ready.
Yeah, folks are still gluing. We're running out of parts in here.
That's mine.
Finally saw the youngest fawns. Little tiny deer on my way to work today. I missed them.
Twins?
Yeah.
Is it down there by the Bayview?
No, it was up by the. It was kind of close enough. It was by the elementary school.
Because I was coming in yesterday, just towards the co-op end before you get to Bayview.
Yeah, they go
There
down
was
there to eat salt.
a mudja and 2 fresh fawns.
They were little. They were wobbly. They couldn't have been more than a day old. But I missed them because I think a lot of the fawns were born. I see a lot of like young but not spotty anymore ones. I think during shutdown, all the fawns were born, and I hadn't seen any of them. I was complaining about it. It's on today though. Little wobbly idiots.
I think my new house is going to be quite deer infested.
Yeah, don't grow anything you don't want eaten.
Well, it already has garden plots with
So jealous.
8-foot fences.
So jealous. You don't need a house there. You ever moved to Montana? Hit me up.
It's all yours.
Use Sonia as a reference.
Bingo.
Hope she's watching right now. Just put boat sauce on this.
Cena, I can't see your boat anymore because your boat's in the way.
Yeah, my boat is pretty thoughtless like that.
It's looking good. That's always the most fun series of steps is when you get to go from parts to a boat in about 2 hours.
I wasn't looking. This boat came out of nowhere.
It's looking pretty boat-like right now.
Pretty boaty. You see Warren's boat? Warren's got a boat.
The rest are hiding their boats.
Yeah, Scott's embarrassed about his boat. It's either too good or not good enough.
And Kate likes the top 15% of one end.
There's the boat.
Beauty.
Wow.
Let's just say I'm not going to win a gold medal for my epoxy skills, but whatever. Whatever.
You can go pretty spot on with the epoxy here. And for the most part, this is all going to get covered up by more prettier epoxy later.
Right.
Are we looking pretty good to move on to the next step, or are we still working on our little spot welds?
I'm still working, but you should go ahead if other folks are ready. I'll catch up. Just perfecting.
I guess I'm ready to move on.
I could use about 10 more minutes.
10 more? Yeah, it's fine.
You got your 10.
That'll get, I think that, Kate, do you think that'll work for you as well? About 10 minutes and we'll hit the next step? Cool.
Yep.
And so kind of working into the next step, we're going to, I had mentioned it a little earlier, but we're looking to kind of dig into the bag of goodies, and we're pulling out our gunnel pieces. And that's going to be the parts that are listed IW and GW. That's in whale and gun whale. And they'll also be oriented with bow. So what I'm doing is I'm just laying those right across the boat as it sits with that orientation facing up. And that's going to kind of get us prepared for getting these bonded into place. This is also a good time if you're kind of want to get yourself ready for this step, is have your clamps handy. Probably going to take, I would say, 6 on each side. At least 6 on each side for spring clamps for holding that into place while that epoxy sets. But yeah, we're looking to, I'm just laying these out because what we're going to do is we're going to mix up some unthickened epoxy, and we're going to paint the inside face of this in whale and the out whale. Let that get saturated in. We're going to do the same on the top side surface of the boat where that's going to get installed. It's going to be a really light coating there. So Liam's going to go ahead and mix up a 1 pump of hardener, 2 pumps of resin. Get that all mixed up and start with that unthickened epoxy. We'll probably come back, make another batch where we'll thicken it up and get that ready for installation. Seems like they only run the Motor Beaver when I start talking.
Doug's a professional. So hey, Joel.
Yep.
We've confirmed that you folks didn't sell us a wardrobe. It is in fact a boat. I can tell now, for a certainty. So that's a plus. It's looking pretty boat-like, but I've run into a bit of I don't even know if it's a hitch. Maybe it's just a natural part of the process. Where each transom meets the planks, it's kind of like we've got all the stitches like really loosely fit right now, but
right.
where it meets the transoms is kind of helter-skelter in terms of like alignment and like being like forward, backward, up and down. I don't know if you have any recommendations for how, as we gently start tightening stuff, to make sure that lines up or kisses up properly to the rest of the stuff.
So yeah, once you start the process of tightening those zip ties, and what I like to do in that step is work from kind of the inside out towards the transoms. And as you tighten it up, you can start in the middle, tighten those up, and just kind of adjust them. You're looking to get them as close as you can. One disadvantage with these kits is that they are cut by a computer, and the computer is a perfect world situation, and sometimes the wood doesn't do exactly what the computer thinks it should do. And so what that may leave you with is a little overhang at the transom, and that's going to be fine. Because what happens if you've got one plank that juts out a little farther than the other, once we get that epoxy in place, we get those bonded in, we'll be able to come in and trim that, flush it up, make it look pretty. So a little bit of overhang or a little bit of misalignment kind of on those ends is not the end of the world. What we're hoping for is you want proper registration of the planks to each other.
Hmm.
You want to get it, you want to get it as close as you can. The other thing that we went in and did as well to kind of help facilitate a better fit of the transom to those planks is that we went and drilled a few extra holes so we could add a few more zip ties to attach the transom to the planking itself.
Got it. And I'm trying to give you a shot here of what we're working with in terms of the gap. So this
Right.
is just the bow transom, and it's looking like, you know, it's kind of having trouble getting under the lip here, and then like there's a pretty fat gap there, and this is kind of how it is on the other side and on the stern right now as well.
Sure. Yeah, and I'll kind of get in a little closer here on our fit to give you an idea.
Mm-hmm.
All right. If I can get the camera to cooperate and make you dizzy in the process. You can kind of see how like this, ideally you want the planks to kind of go to the edge of that transom or even a little bit past. I don't know if you can see that okay, how those planks, and I've got like, and then like you come down here, how this plank kind of juts out where this one doesn't as much. You're going to have some spots where it may not be just the perfect fit. But again, if you're running just a little past, that's okay, because we're going to be able to go in there and work that down either with a little flush cut saw or with just a hard block and some sandpaper. It'll be a pretty quick work that we'll be able to flush that up. But I think what you'll see is as you tighten those zip ties, your fit is going to get better because you're going to be able to put more tension there. But kind of to start, you get it oriented as close as you can, and then yeah, I would start kind of bottom center, work your way up and out with that alignment.
Okay. All righty. And then we'll make sure the holes, because some of the holes are not, you know, they're if you look at the zip ties, they're diagonal or jagged. We want them to be straight up and down laterally, ultimately, when it's tightened. Yeah.
Yeah, for the most part, that's what you want. I will say that between plank 2 and 3, as you get towards the end, the zip ties do seem to kind of move over a little bit, kind of do end up with a little bit of a cant. It does on our build, it seems a little more pronounced just in that 2 to 3 joint. What you're looking for is just making sure that the holes in plank 3 are level with the top of plank 2, and that your orientation's good there. And they're kind of straight up and down towards the middle. If they drift a little bit towards the ends, I think you're going to be okay there.
You know, sounds good.
So Liam's he's got some epoxy already mixed up for this, the in-whale, out-whale install. And what he's looking to do here is he's going to brush the inside face of all those parts. And the inside face is going to be the face that's listed bow, IW, or bow, GW. We do that just like all the other parts, we want to hide that scribe. But we're just going with a really quick.
There's no flour. There's
What's
no
that?
flour in that mix.
No, we just want to go with an unthickened. We're doing this to allow that to penetrate into that ply. And you can go with a really thin coat there, just enough epoxy to wet the surface. And if you've got just like a few little dry spots here and there on the edges, it's not even worth the time to go back and fill those in. This is just a quick, it's kind of like a precautionary step just to make sure that we're getting a good bond, just because we're going to be spreading out the clamp load so much. And there is a chance that we may have less clamping pressure, better and worse clamping pressure throughout. This is just going to ensure that our epoxy kind of helps stay in that spot, and we're not drawing any of our structure into the part.
Are we going with both the in-whale and out-whale, or just one of those?
Yeah, so Liam's got both the in whale and the out whales sitting up here. Because when we clamp them in place, we're going to clamp them basically together. We'll use, it'll kind of dual purpose our clamps, allow us to kind of a 2-for-1. Yeah, this is just kind of a quick wet out job. Don't have to take too much time on this one. Just to, because and that plywood, you'll notice, really likes to absorb the epoxy. And this step, it does. It's just because we're going to use a pretty thick kind of fillet blend as an adhesive. That's why we're going through and kind of taking this precautionary step, really saturating that ply so that it's not tempted to kind of act like a sponge and pull the epoxy out of the filler when we go to install that. You're about to glue a piece there.
Hi there.
No, I'm not gonna do that till next weekend, actually. So I've filled in between the ties with epoxy.
Yeah, and then once you've got those in whales, out whales wetted out, you can kind of set those off to the side a little bit. Maybe just drop them on your workbench, just out of the way, because we're gonna go and we want to wet out just kind of the top of that,
Take a picture later and send it to you.
kind of that top rail, just for the same purposes. is then you're just going with a really light coat and just painting on just the top of that,
Okay.
the top of that, where that in well and that out well is gonna live. And this doesn't have to be, it's that top half to 1 inch of that, of the inside of that shear.
He's angry at somebody.
All right, and don't be like Liam and forget to paint the outside edge of that shear as well. We want to make sure to get both sides wetted out equally.
I didn't forget. I wasn't told. Excuses.
And once we've got all those surfaces wet out, it's we're gonna kind of get ready for our next step. We've got these backwards. Just kind of orienting those parts semi close to where we want them. But what we're gonna do is we're gonna take the rest of that epoxy that we had left from wetting out and go ahead and get a fillet mix. A nice thick mix there, and we're going to get into a bag just like when we were doing those little spot fills. Yeah, and man, trying to think, and it probably would be a good idea to go ahead and add another pump, one pump of the hardener, 2 pumps of the resin. To what you have left over, give it a good thorough mix, and then make up your fillet blend, your thickened adhesive blend, because I don't think that's going to be enough what we had in there. Because what we're going to do is we're going to bag it just like before, and we want that to be a nice thick mix, that creamy peanut butter, and we're going to run a pencil-sized bead of epoxy all the way down those in and out wales. So when we install it, we're going to get a really nice squeeze out of epoxy, and we're going to end up having to come back and kind of pick up a bit more. But what this allows, one, is you're going to get a really good bond, and 2, you don't have to use 805 clamps to get it all to fully seat. That's one advantage the biggest advantage of epoxy is its gap filling properties. Is that if you have a little bit of gaps here and there, if you're using, say, like a traditional wood glue, you'd have to have really good, consistent clamping pressure all the way along, because it's the pressure that gives you the best bond. Epoxy, as long as it's in there, when it cures, it's there. And you don't have to worry about failure of that glue joint because you didn't put enough pressure, which makes it advantageous if you don't have 114 clamps.
Hey, Joel.
Yep.
So we, oh, sorry, it's a microwave in the background. So we've got some jabroni put P3 on backwards, and so we had to redo that. Hopefully we won't run out of zip ties. But the skegs keep moving on us.
Okay.
And they keep not like lateral shifting, not like inboard, outboard shifting, like up and down, like not being straight up and down 90 degrees, because I think we keep working with the boat and having to struggle with some of these zip ties. And so what we're going to do is we're going to take a break to eat something and then maybe go for a walk and come back. And I'm hoping, I just leveled, like align them again. I'm hoping by the time we come back, it will have kicked enough that we won't have to, I won't have to do that every 20, 30 minutes I check it and it would be misaligned again.
Okay.
So that's what I'm thinking. If that's, I just want to make sure does that sound like a good plan?
Yeah, that sounds fine. And I think it's another option for you as well too. When you get back, if you've got a way to trim maybe like a scrap piece of wood or find something that's fairly rigid, that's 14 inches long, you can actually put it in between the skegs too. It may help them from kind of wanting to come into each other.
It sounds almost as if you've done this before. Yeah, let me see what I've got around here that might be, I don't know if any of the pieces that we haven't worked with yet fit that profile, but maybe I'll find, you said 14 inches is the distance?
Yeah, I believe, I can hit that one more time, but I'm pretty sure that's yeah, it's right about 14, maybe just a hair under 14, but.
Okay. Yeah, and it's not huge, it's like maybe it's just, I can, like when I look down there, I can see it. Like I can see that it's not straight up and down. And I
Sure.
know as soon as we put that in the water, it's gonna be a pain. So yeah, that sounds good. I'll look for something that's 14 inches, but I think we'll also take a break and eat and go for a walk. Hopefully the epoxy will kick. If we give it about 30 minutes to an hour, it'll set enough to stop wiggling around on us as we work with these stitches.
Okay, yeah, sounds good.
Peanut butter?
Yeah, we're looking for that GIF peanut butter, that nice creamy. Yep, and then we're gonna same treatment as when we did our spot fills. Is we want to turn our bag inside out on the mixing on another separate mixing cup, and spoon that epoxy mix into that bag, and we're gonna do some cake frosting of our in wales and out wales. And then we're piping that epoxy out on these gunnels. Basically, we want to cover end to end, and you're going to put out, I would say, a little smaller than a pencil. Maybe, yeah, probably about the size of those dowels that we use, 1/4 inch bead from one end to the other of that thickened epoxy. It's got a spin on you. There you go. Dun, 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 dun.
Before class, I was out on the dock and there were a bunch of fish out there. And a seal came and was hunting
Little fish or big fish?
little fish, like little anchovy-sized things. I won't call them anchovies in case I'm wrong, but they were fish, all right.
Yeah, we're running that bead kind of right down the middle of that gunnel. And what's going to happen when we put clamp pressure on there is it's just going to kind of squeeze out to the edges, and any excess we're going to be able to come back in and wipe that up. set this down here out of the way.
Don't want to go any fatter in the back part.
Nah, I think we've got enough there that. Give it a minute. Let folks catch up to us. I think we still got some mixing and bagging and squeezing. That should be enough for the second one.
Oh, yeah.
It's peanut butter jelly time.
What are time cards do?
Sure. Probably set that down. We're going to install this one before we squeeze the next one.
Am I doing all 4 pieces?
Yeah, you can if you've got a nice working place and you want to go ahead and squeeze out for all 4. That's fine. Because we're going to work with them in pairs. We'll install them kind of at the same time. And there's definitely this is probably one of the little bit trickier points to do solo, but we'll make it work.
I can call on an assistant if you think it would help.
I mean, an extra set of hands doesn't hurt here just because it is kind of hold in place, but it's not imperative.
All right, I'll go Carol.
Oh. Get these glued up and you just go fire up the grill and all.
Carolyn, they're telling me an extra set of hands might be helpful for this next step. If you could come out, that would be great.
While you're at it, come in on Sunday. It's fine. Had the discussion on what would happen if you ate epoxy.
Bad stuff. Probably only bad stuff.
Probably wouldn't be good. Well, if you drank it, then would it kick off in your stomach?
Yeah, all kinds of bad.
Probably burp a lot if it exotherms, you know, off gag.
Tasty foods. Check.
This epoxy's so kind of user friendly. It's hard to get it to exotherm. And we're working in a cool space.
That's pretty cool.
And when you're getting yourself set up for clamping is in place, it's a good idea to go ahead and you have some clamps handy in a place where you can get to them easily. Just because you're basically going to kind of have one hand on it to hold it in place and the other hand to come over with your initial clamp.
Do we need any more of the glue, or can I trash this bag?
If you want, you could set it off to the side. Once we get past if it's still usable, we'll use it. If not, then we can mix up a new batch. But it should be viable for a little bit longer. Alrighty. And so kind of getting started on the installation with the in-wheel, you want to start with that in-wheel. First off is making sure you get the proper orientation. So where it's labeled bow, it should have a stripe of thickened epoxy over it, but making sure that that's in the bow. Because you put them on backwards and your stations aren't going to quite line up too well. So what you want to do there is basically you're going to bring that in wheel and you're going to have to induce a little bit of flex to get that to fit properly. So what I'm doing is I'm basically just want those two ends to kind of slide in before I bring in the rest. I'm doing this just because I want that. I'm trying not to smear any of that glue, but I'm getting that to seat on the in wheel of the boat. And once it's there, you generally could probably just let it go. You know, let it go there. And the tension of it being kind of sprung in place will generally kind of hold it hold itself in. And then that's where I'll move in, grab the outwale kind of, and what we want to do there is pretty well center it. And I'm just going to hold it with one hand kind of in the center there. And I'm going to go ahead and just add a clamp, kind of center mass of the boat. And then I'll work my way to the bow and stern, because initially the clamping that I'm doing is just to hold it in place. And then we'll worry about kind of our fit later. What I do suggest is so Liam, you can see you put the clamp right on the end. One thing that's not going to allow you to do is kind of work some of the slack out of that in whale and out whale, because here we're basically, you want enough clamps to kind of fill all that space. And so I started from the center, and I'll work my clamps towards the ends of the boats. If you do have an extra set of hands to kind of help you hold it in place, it definitely helps. And you want to use as many clamps as it takes to get that to register and hold in place. You will notice you're probably going to have a little bit of overhang on one, if not both ends, with that outwale. That's okay. I think it's the program has it going over a 1/4 inch on each end, but if you've got some extra there, when once everything's all dried up and hardened up, we'll be able to go back and trim that off. And with that bead of epoxy that we put on there, you should be getting a little bit of squeeze out kind of on the top. And so here it's taking me, let's see, 1, 2, 4, I got 8 clamps on that side, and it seems to be holding that gunnel together pretty well. What I would do is you're going to get the squeeze out, should get some top and bottom. You may have had more come out the top or more come out the bottom. That's okay. We'll leave that alone until we get both sides installed. And then we're going to go back and we're going to do a nice cleanup of that extra epoxy. And we'll also find a use for that as well.
Hey, Joel, just a data point for you. The inner gunnel on the starboard side of mine is about 2 inches too long.
2 inches too long.
Yeah,
Huh.
about 1.5 inches. So I'm having
Okay.
to lop part of that off.
Okay. Yeah, it's I wonder why it went long. That's kind of interesting. Wonder if maybe one end didn't get trimmed, and that was the side that had the space for the doubler. the in whale, I guess, the IW.
Yeah, the in well.
Swear. Yeah, and two, just kind of just making sure with the orientation that you're getting it correct, that IW goes to the inside of the boat, and GW will go to the outside of the boat. You're good. Scott, you were saying that was the in whale was too long,
Yeah, in whale was about 1.5 inches too long.
and it was just the one of them that was too long.
I haven't checked the other one yet.
Okay. Yeah, because generally the out whale is the GW is meant to be a little bit long, but you've got the space to run it wild.
Right.
Yeah, and then once you get those, once you get both of your in whale and out whale in place, what we're going to do is go back, and because you should have a bit of squeeze out, both top and bottom, what I'll do is I'll take my mixing stick and I'm going to run it just kind of right along the top edge of our gunnel, because there, and you'll just move the clamp as you need to get it out of the way. One, I'm looking for registration. Make sure all three, the plank, the in whale, and the out whale, are all kind of in line. But I'm just kind of running it flat there across the top, kind of pushing the angle into my squeeze out. And I'll just, as I get to the clamp, I'll move it back out of the way. And what we're doing there is we're kind of allowing it to push. If we've got some extra epoxy and there's some little bit of gaps there, we're just kind of pushing it in that gap. But mostly just kind of squaring that up along the top. Once this kicks off, we're going to have the opportunity to come in and do a quick sand on the top as well. But what this does is it kind of just leaves a little bit of thickened epoxy right on the top of that gunnel. And that's just going to add as a little bit of extra protection for that particular part of the boat. And if you've got some that kind of pushes off to the side, you can just kind of come back with your mixing stick and pick that up as well. But we're just looking to try and grab as much of that excess epoxy that's squeezing out as we can, because any globs and kind of boogers of epoxy that are left there are going to cure, and we're going to at some point have to sand that off. If you've got small little points and catches of extra epoxy, that's okay, just because those are pretty easy to sand. It's if you've got big old kind of globs, I'd almost call it, that are hard to really work off once it's kicked. And then once you've got the top done, again, you're just kind of just eyeballing it, making sure that those parts are all nice and level, kind of in line with each other, and that you've cleaned up most of that excess squeeze out epoxy. And you can always move those clamps kind of forward and back to help with getting to that. Then the next step for me is I'm going to run, probably the easiest way to get it out is with my finger, is kind of come underneath that outwale, and I'm just kind of pushing some of that squeeze out up into the corner, but also removing the rest, any excess of that squeeze out at the same time. And that's just doing a little pressure. One thing that's going to do is it's going to basically give us a little bit of a fillet to kind of fill that corner. And it's just going to add a little bit more structural dexterity to that outwale, as well as give it, make sure there's no gaps in there, and we're not going to get any water penetrating into that gunnel, especially if that boat's going to get stored upside down and outside. But we're going to give that same treatment to the in whale. And it's worth going back and kind of double checking your cleanup here, just because kind of just like any other steps with the epoxy, anything that we miss is just going to add to just give us a little more work farther down the road. How's everybody doing on clamp supply?
Okay.
Yeah, because kind of the last step we're going to have for today is we're going to kind of go in and we're going to install a quarter knees. And that's just we'll just need 4 more clamps on whatever it takes to get the gunnel on. It's basically 1 spring clamp. We'll be able to use this end spring clamp that's holding their in whale and out whale on, and then 1 on the transom ends.
Sure you want to do quarter knees today?
Yep. I mean, if you want to get lunch fired up, I got the rest.
Don't want to leave it unmanned. There's a little bit of smoke and conflagration.
One thing you'll notice as those clamps sit there, you may see more epoxy continue to squeeze out. And that's just something you can kind of go back and keep kind of nursing, babysitting. Because yeah, usually for a couple minutes, you get that clamping pressure on it. You may notice that you'll get more of that epoxy will start to squeeze out, or you may see some of that initial wet out that we use start to drip a little bit. Just
So for the underneath parts, did you say you use the stick or your finger?
I just ended up kind of going through and just running my finger under there. It's kind of messy, but it's kind of the most practical tool for getting into that space and kind of getting what we're looking for. So yeah, I'll just kind of wipe it just with my finger, putting a little pressure in there. Alrighty, and so now that with those kind of the in whale out whales installed, there's definitely, I mean, if you're kind of babysitting the squeeze out, that's fine. But I think what we could do is I'll kind of run through is getting the quarter knees fit in, get those installed, and then you'll be able to kind of do a one last cleanup on everything. But what we're looking to do is install these quarter knees that we glued up on day one. And these are all going to be, because they were labeled, I think one, they labeled bow and TR. So TR is going to get installed on the end with the skegs. And you'll notice how that when they're stepped, that stepped side is going to go down. So I guess the wider side is on top. So it steps there and against the transom. And when it fits into the boat, it's going to fit flush with the top of your gunnel and flush up against the transom. And when it fits in, it actually, it kind of follows the same angle as the top of that transom there. If you can see. And when we're installing these, we're basically going to just take, if you've got some leftover thickened epoxy from the installation of the gunnel, we're going to put a really nice coat of thickened epoxy there, and we're just going to kind of put it in place. I would suggest kind of giving it a dry fit, making sure it goes in well. Liam, you want to switch cameras and maybe bring it in from this angle? Just moving camera angles real quick. But yeah, and ideally that quarter knee is going to sit flush to the in whale, and it's going to have kind of it's going to angle up, kind of the same angle of the radius of that transom. So it's just, and you want it to fit fairly nice and flush. And we're just going to run in with a nice little a bead of thickened epoxy. If you have some left in your bag and it still seems viable, I'm going to squeeze out here. And that edge that stepped down, you want to be pretty generous with the amount of epoxy that you're putting in there. And when I'm ready to seat it, I'll lay it in, and I'm just going to come in with that last spring clamp that I used to hold those gunnel pieces together. And then from this side, kind of the same thing.
That stepped edge is sitting on top of the in whale, is that right? No.
No, so the stepped edge is going to go onto the transom. Does that make sense? So if this is, so like here,
Yeah,
you've got this stepped edge. Hold on, Liam, before you put that in.
I got it. Right?
And that's just to adjust, to take an account for the rake in that transom. And so you want a pretty healthy fill of epoxy there, just to make sure that it fills that, will fill that gap that's created by the step. And then once it's in place, I'm going to go back and do our always beautiful finger fillet to make sure that we've got a nice joint there, and it's going to be well seated and happy. And I'll let Liam install the next one.
Is it typical that there's a gap between the bottom of the in whale and the top of the quarter knee?
Gap between the bottom of the in whale.
Well, yeah, I may not be, I'm
trying to envision.
well, I don't think I have, I'm not envisioning it right because I'm seeing what you're doing there and
So I can get a nice close up of the fit. There we go. So what I'm gonna do here is I've got that step edge, and that's gonna go up against the transom here. When it fits, everything's gonna kind of run this clamp out of the way.
So the only purpose of the stepped edge is just to allow for the angle of this, of the stern, right? Of the transom?
Correct. Yeah, it's gonna leave, it's allowing, the rake of the transom. And then when it's installed, there's gonna be a little bit of a gap there just because it's just a square edge. And you're gonna put enough epoxy in that when you clamp it in place, it's going to, it'll fill that little gap.
Thank you. I thought it was supposed to sit on something, so my mistake. Thank you.
Yeah, and you just want that outside edge of the knee will be nice, nice and flush to the to your gunnel.
Thank you. Great.
You got an angle?
Just trying to milk it. We don't have to mix more.
Enough here. And this edge needs it.
You're using the loudest tool in the world.
I don't think the people on the other end of the internet can hear us, though. Hear you, though.
There ain't no party like a spring clamp party because a spring clamp party don't stop.
Raining.
Should put the grill right there.
Huh?
Put the grill right there. It's covered.
It's undercover right now. Some of those steps. Yeah.
Did you fire it up or no?
No, I don't want to leave it unattended.
Ugh. I have a lot to eat. It's just me and you. Coffee shop guys.
You don't?
Yeah. They're probably closing up right now, aren't they? It's 1:15.
I'm actually still there.
They're usually there to like 3. I feel like 2 or 3.
They're supposed to close.
No, I mean they close, but they don't leave until like 2 or 3.
Hey, Joel, on the knees.
Yeah, what's up?
Are we? We're gluing both sides, so we're gluing the transom to it as well.
Yeah, so it's going to be, yeah, you have the stepped end is going to go against the transom. You want a good shmoo of epoxy on both ends when you clamp them in.
Can you dip the camera a little more? There you go, like that. Huh.
And you're going to end
So
up with a little bit of a gap here. But ideally, it should be flush on the in whale and then stepped on the transom side.
So the step goes against the transom.
Correct.
Okay.
You know, wide
thanks.
side on top, the narrow side on the bottom.
Right.
Yeah, that's it. It just allows you to take that rake. That step is just allows you to take the rake. It'll still leave a little bit of a gap on the top, but you should be able to fill that with shmoo.
Yeah, see, that makes more sense.
Our clamps won't really fit around the, I haven't figured out how to get those. I'm jury rigging some other clamps here, but these ones that I got from Duckworks don't seem to quite fit around the,
It's they're just too wide.
well, these guys are they're not wide enough.
Oh, well, I guess that's what I meant. It's too wide of a surface. Maybe if you, I mean, did you try clamping more kind of out to the nose of that knee?
Yeah.
If that helps and it still won't hold.
I have a couple big ones that I've got, and now I've got other clamps, quick grip clamps on one of them, and I'll have to figure out how to do
So one kind of worst case, I mean, if you can't find clamps, one thing I will say is that for each of these, for both there on underside of each side of the knee, there is a hole that comes out underneath the in-whale as well as the doubler. If you need to run zip ties around there, you would be able to do that as well.
Okay.
So basically you would combine probably either 2 or 3 zip ties, go one through there, double it over just to wrap it around. Could also be a something you could give a try. Kate, another thing you could try too is if you're just short on the clamp width, to try just to get a little bit more room out of those spring clamps, is you can pull the pads, the little rubber pads off of the jaws. And sometimes that will give you a little bit more width.
All right, the zip tie seems like a good workaround here, so I'm trying that.
Okay. hang in here for a question or two. I'll be back with just 2 seconds.
All the way to the other end of the building. Oh, yeah.
Ah, fuck. God damn it.
It got me like 4 inches. Alex, it's your neighbor Carolyn. It's about 1:30 on Monday, and Kate is working on her boat, is wondering if we have any wide mouth spring clamps, like 3 to 4 inches wide. 4 inches wide. She's ordered a few clamps for her gunnel assembly. Anyway, if you have anything that matches that description, half hour.
Yeah, and once we get those knees installed, I mean, we're pretty much just kind of at a good stopping point with those kind of going through kind of another once over the in whale out whale, make sure that registration that those have stayed pretty well in line with each other and that the knees look good. And once you're confident with that, that's kind of where we're going to be for today. Kind of work through and clean up any excess or squeeze out. And it's not a bad idea to kind of check on it, in 30 minutes, 45 minutes, an hour, just to make sure that everything's kind of stayed put. And then anybody's got any questions, need some troubleshooting advice, feel free to chime in as well. I'll be around. So.
Hey Joel, your timing is perfect. We just came back to start tightening up these stitches and get this stitched up all the way.
I'll get up.
Got you a better view of the boat here too.
Yeah, it looks good. Looks like a boat.
It does indeed, indeed. Much to our surprise, we made it work.
Warren, you get everything to go in all right for you?
I'm doing well. Yeah, I got everything's just kind of cleaning up my cups here and done. I think I'll go over it one more time and check for any drips or anything, but I'm done now.
All right, sounds good.
Well,
Yeah, and
thank-
it's just kind of it's just kind of letting the glue dry. Yeah, I mean, for now, I mean, that's kind of where we're at. What we could do, if anybody wanted to kind of keep kind of motoring along on it before Friday, you're more than welcome to do that. But yeah, otherwise, I mean, we're kind of in a good schedule to hit the ground running on Friday, kind of get start putting structure into the boat, getting the last of the parts installed, and then eventually getting it flipped over in fiberglass.
Whoever said it, you needed a lot of clamps was right. Could use, I think every clamp I have is on the boat right now.
Yeah, it's definitely a clamp party.
Well, thank you very much. We'll see you on Saturday.
Friday.
Friday?
Yeah, I think so. Aren't we scheduled to get, I think we're Friday, Saturday, Sunday coming up.
Oh, okay. Just thought it was Saturday and Sunday, but
Yeah, we've got 29th, 30th, 31st is what I'm showing here on the
Okay.
schedule. So.
see you on Friday then.
All righty. Same time, same place.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. Yeah, we'll see you on Friday. And yeah, if anybody has any questions in between, feel free to reach out, and I'm more than happy to accommodate.
Have a good weekend, or good, not week. I mean, not weekend, week.
Yeah, you as well.
See ya.
Scott, did you have better luck getting that other in-wheel fit in?
Yeah, in retrospect, it was long enough. I was putting it on the wrong side, which I discovered after I cut it, of course.
That's all right. Yeah, because the outwheel is meant to run long, just to be able to trim it, make it easier to get it fit in place, especially for a individual builder.
Yeah.
And if you trimmed it and it's short, you could always take the piece you trimmed off and just stick it on there with some epoxy, and you'll be able to
That's what I'm planning to do.
fill and fair that later.
Hey, I'm not going to be able to make it next Friday. I thought this was a Saturday, Sunday, Monday build the following weekend.
Okay.
I actually have a survey and sea trial scheduled for the new boat.
Oh, okay.
So,
well, what I could do is I could reach out, and I think I see what the flexibility of the rest of the group is, and if it's okay, we could move it to Saturday, Sunday, Monday again, or try and get it done Saturday, Sunday.
that, or if you want to tell me the parts in the manual to look at, I can maybe get that done on Wednesday, Thursday, and be caught up on Saturday.
Okay. Yeah, the next steps we're going towards is basically running all of our fillets. We're going to sweep fillets on all the plank joints and all the part joints. And two, if there's an evening this week that you wanted to kind of motor on, you could give me a shout, and I can come down to the shop and guide you through those steps as well.
Okay, we'll figure it out. I mean, if you just show me how to do it, then I'm probably pretty good to just do it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean,
So,
it's the next, yeah, but that's going to be the, another thing you could do too is if you just wanted to kind of get ahead and wanted to jump in on Saturday. I mean, once this epoxy cures, we're going to pull all the zip ties, and then come back and fill. You can fill with a little thickened epoxy, fill those zip tie holes, and then the next step would be to sweep fillets on all those joints. But we can stay in touch. And then we can see if we can kind of find a middle ground that works for everybody, and we'll make it work.
okay, sounds good.
Did it already bow out?
Yeah, she's done. I think Warren and Scott are about the same too. So, see, I think for a bit, I'm gonna go. I gotta step away and just get some lunch.
Yeah, no problem.
And so I'll definitely leave the meeting running. But I'm gonna, go get some lunch. And then what you could do too is if you get any questions in this next, half hour, 45 minutes, just throw them in the chat. And then when I get back, we'll hit the ground running.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, I think the only thing we've got for you before we're tightening this up, before you jet, I just want to show you what it's looking like as we tighten this to make sure we're not totally off course here. We've got, this is the P3 there, but if you come down, P1 we got seated pretty well, I think, or well enough anyways. There's still a gap, but I think it'll tighten up as we go. P2 is pretty proud of P1. Right. I don't know if that's an issue or if that's intentional. And then P3 is kind of a mess. We haven't gotten up that high yet, but that's kind of where we're at. But we can chat when you get back from lunch.
Yeah, and so here's kind of a sideways close up of mine looks like. I mean, you've got a pretty good lap there.
Okay.
And then you'll know you're in the right registration because on the inside of the boat, that plank has a registration line where it's supposed to sit on top of that plank. It's basically in line with all the zip tie holes. One thing you'll notice here is what we did just to get a little tighter fit. I added a hole here in the transom and a hole here on the plank to allow that to pull tighter and add another stitch there just to help with that fit. Yeah. You can do the same up here if you need to as well. We actually did it on the other transom. Feel free to add any ties where you think where you need it to add a little bit more tension to get that fit a little better.
Got it. And so where we are right now, the middle of our P2 is kissed up, just like we talked about with those the boards being right at the corners. And then as you get towards each transom, we get the lap coming up. Is that kind of how it's supposed to be, or should we have the lap consistent all the way down?
Yeah, it should be. I mean, it should be pretty close. The registration should be pretty close all the way along that transom edge, where you want it to at least run to you at least want the planking to run to the outside edge of the transom. If it goes past a little bit, that's okay because you'll be able to trim that up later. I think that's what you were asking.
Yep. I think I've got it, and I'm getting an "I told you so" look from Shirley because she totally called it. So I think we may need to tactically resupply with some zip ties, cut and reclip here, but we'll handle it, and we'll just check in with you, and we'll see where we are after lunch.
All right, sounds good.
All right, we'll chat with you soon. Hey, Joel.
I'm back in the workshop here after lunch. Sorry if I took a little too long. Want to shut that?
Hey, no problem, Joel. Take your time. We'll be ready to chat in a couple minutes ourselves.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm all lunched up now, so ready to hit the ground running.
Sure, sure. Let me wrap something up here in a minute, and then I'll be with you. And I think we've got a couple questions. Our general question is kind of just what comes next after we finish stitching, but I'll be with you in just a moment.
All right, sounds good.
I don't think so. I'm so full. It feels gross now. I need to get on the bike and ride. Get on the bike and ride! Yeah, dude. Is that all right? I'm ready for my weekend.
Me too.
You know what one of those is?
I think when I find a good one, I'm gonna spend it more,
Well,
which I think will fit.
boy, oh boy.
Who's gonna rent you all for a day?
Boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Do it in one shot.
Ow.
You gotta remember to put that food away.
Yeah, that's why I leave the door open. I was gonna help you with the door, but. Let it cool down.
Whenever you're ready, Joel, I think we're ready to proceed here.
Okay.
So we've got the whole thing stitched up, and we were trying to figure out what comes next because we may have just missed a couple of moments during class, but we thought that maybe some initial like spot welding or gluing was coming next. But in the instructions, it had us doing like wetting out and adhesive gluing the in wales and out wales. And I just we didn't want to. We thought we'd just give it a second and confirm with you what you think was the best course of action for us to take next. We're trying to get it as much as we can today. So
Yeah. So see you, Lynn. So kind of at this point, there's a lot of steps that you can kind of intertwine as far as when you take them. But what you've got and kind of what would get you caught up to the rest of the group is we're looking to do a couple things. We've got the in-wheel, out-wheel install. Looks like you've got those just kind of dry fit at the moment.
that's exactly right.
We're going to install those. We're going to install the quarter knees.
Mm-hmm.
And then we've got to run through and do our kind of spot welds just to hold, basically to hold our planking in place for when we pop those zip ties out later on in the week. And you can see that with those dark spots that we've kind of along those laps of each of the joints. And basically it's taking once you're happy with the plank placement, everything looks lined up the way you want it. you're mixing up epoxy, a mix, maybe just a little bit thinner than a standard fillet blend. So you want it to be, you know, creamy peanut butter or just a little bit runnier than creamy peanut butter. And you'll put it in a bag, kind of use it as a piping bag like you would with pastries.
Sure.
And you're just going to go along with that bag and you're just going to just put like a real nice fine line of epoxy in between each zip tie, basically throughout the entire boat. And what that's going to do is it's that thickened epoxy, it's going to set up and it's going to hold those planks in place. So when we pull the zip ties, we'll cut the zip ties, it'll hold in place. We'll be able to put our permanent fillets there and give that boat some structure.
Got it. So we are,
and I would recommend, I recommend doing that step before the gunnels, just because if you did the gunnels first, you're going to be reaching over that wet epoxy a lot, and it's going to increase the chances of you bumping in, getting it on your shirt, getting it in your armpit type thing, if you're really having to reach in the boat. But if all your zip ties are good and tight, look good, yeah, I would start motoring on, just spot welding that boat together.
okay. Got it. I think we actually, once we understood that we had more of a lap strike look going here was real helpful. So now that we've got that set up and we tightened these zip ties up as much as we reasonably could without causing more trouble. And the skegs kicked at a 90-degree angle, by the way. You'll be happy to hear. I finally got them to just stay put. They kicked. I kept adjusting them until they kicked properly, and now they're in the right orientation. So that's a small victory for the day at least. But the only bit here, let me just take you over there and show you. The only bit that I'm worried about here before I spot weld is this bulkhead at the aft seat. Hold on, let me get you. I wonder if it's enough to. Let me just put you here. So at this aft, you're looking aft at the aft bulkhead here. Here in this corner, there's a little bit of a gap.
Okay.
It's pretty flush over here. That tab is well into the socket. Here we had some trouble getting it in, and I tried tightening this up more, and I couldn't get it. I didn't want to just it's right above the skegs too, so I didn't want to screw with it too much while they were curing and whatnot. But it's just got a little bit of a gap. I'm sure once we put a fillet in there, it won't. I'm not worried about leakage into the airbox back here. What I'm most worried about is if this gap is going to introduce any sort of if it's going to F with the hull at all, or if it's fine. We got it as close as we could. There's a bit of a gap, but it's the only one in the boat right now. Let's just tighten it up and fill it with epoxy and not worry about it.
Yeah, I think your best bet is, because it's all together, and honestly, probably the only way to get it to fit better would be to pull the bulkhead out and do some trimming and figure out where it's kind of getting caught up. But it doesn't it doesn't look that bad. As long as your planking looks like it's kind of planar through, and it's just because that is going to get a pretty strong, pretty big fillet that goes over it. So any gap's going to get filled. And I don't think you're going to be looking at, you run that over with a fillet, you'll never notice that there was ever a gap there.
Perfect. Yeah, that was what I was wondering. Okay, perfect. All right. Solid. Okay. So then what I think we'll do next on your suggestion is I think we will, because that was why we didn't just, because the manual has you doing the in whales, not whales next, or the gunnels next. And I noticed in the class you guys were taking a different approach, or I thought you were taking a different approach. And so I was like, if they're doing it that way, it's probably for some, solid reason. So we'll do that as well.
Yeah, what works there. And one thing you can do as well, and to get a kind of a quick sneak peek of what your boat's going to look like, you can even fit your seats just to make sure that alignment does look good. before you spot weld everything together. Make sure there's no need for adjustment there.
Yeah.
And it kind of gives you an early look at what the finished boat will look like, more of what the finished boat will look like.
Yeah, actually, we did that with the aft seat. I can do it right now with the main seat here, the fore seat, the bow seat, whatever we call it. Yeah, see that looks.
Yeah, and it's just kind of sliding those tabs in, and it should just kind of seat right in place.
Yeah, I think that'll sit just fine. And then this back one also looks pretty. It looked pretty good when we had it in there earlier. I'll throw it in there again. Yeah, I mean that looks fine.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Cool.
That looks like a boat. You can get right on in that.
Franken boat, all the zip ties sticking out.
Yeah, that's right. It's like more like a hedgehog when you turn it over. All right, so then our next step is going to be to spot weld with a slightly looser than fillet blend in between all the zip ties here, just to get the shape and form of the boat. And then after we do that, whether that's dry or not, we can start on the gunnels. That way we're not reaching over wet epoxy and worried about bumping clamps and such.
Right. Yeah, and I would run through and hit. I mean, it's literally between every single zip tie. And what I suggest is start on the interior of the boat. And so like with the seat structure, you can hit those little spots in here again, so you can kind of work your way up in the boat. That way you're not having to reach over any wet epoxy. But like with the seat structure where you have access to both sides or bulkhead structure, you only have to do just that one side. You can spot weld the inside here, spot weld on the inside of the bulkheads, and then in between each zip tie. And you don't have to be. Liam got kind of overzealous with his, where he really put kind of a long streak there. I mean, you really only need probably 1 inch to 2 inches, and you're just doing just enough to be able to go through and it's just going to be enough glue to hold that piece together, and then you'll run over it with a nice big heavy fillet.
Right. So then for this first spot weld, I could just hit it with the popsicle stick as far as like shaping it, because we're not worried about making it big. We just want a small enough to take the zip ties out basically, and so put a nice.
The best way I've found to apply that is you'll mix up your epoxy. And once you've got that kind of fillet blend, I'll come in with a Ziploc bag.
Right. Like a pastry chef. Yeah.
Yeah, and turn it inside out, basically in the cup, and then push that epoxy. Go ahead and load that epoxy up in the bag, pull it out of the cup, and then just snip that corner, and that's going to allow you to really localize where you put that thickened epoxy. And you want to put a little bit of pressure when you put it in, just to kind of, especially in the laps. But you're looking just to fill just that little bit of opening there on top of the laps, and then you're just trying to bridge that joint between the bottom plank and plank one.
Nice. Lucky for you. Shirley loves to bake, so we have genuine pastry bags to work with, so we can use those. But in terms of we want it pretty thin. Do we want to hit it again with the popsicles, like, you know, you do a fillet, right? Just to curve it out and make it smooth and clean. I mean,
and you can definitely do that. You can also, especially with these wider fills, like down at the bottom, you could like kind of a low angle with a popsicle stick. The other thing you do is do the lazy man's way, which is a finger fillet. And if you got a glove on, just do a quick sweep with your finger. It'll help push that into that gap as well.
Gotcha.
You just want to make sure you're leaving enough there that there's that little bridge between the two parts. And then where you can load it up a little bit more is in areas kind of behind the bulkheads or at the transom, because you're going to have a little gap where that plank meets the transom, and you can really kind of squeeze that in. Because when we come back with a fillet there, it's going to be a pretty thick radius fillet. But what you want is enough that's in that crack to really lock that transom in place. because that's where most of the, if you're going to get some spring, it's going to be where those, because when you take those zip ties out, those planks are going to want to pull out. And you just making sure you've got enough good stick in there to hold it in place.
Yeah, yeah, and I think that's I mean that's right for us. We have not yet added, and I was thinking we might not add. I know you guys did some extra holes with a couple extra zip ties on the transoms, and I gotta be honest, I mean I guess we could get like maybe another millimeter of it kissed up, but I think it's with the fillet it's probably fine, but maybe I do want to tighten it up a bit. But that was on P, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you've got some little gaps there, the fillet is we'll be able to come back and spot fill any of those little holes or openings. It's kind of your personal preference if you want to tighten it up a little bit. But even if you've got some gaps, it's fine. It's not going to hurt anything because again, you're eventually you're going to trim up that edge. Anything that's still open, you'll come back and push in a little epoxy, and it's going to get covered in fiberglass.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. So then our next step here is fillet, spot welds with a thin fillet just to hold her together, so that when we take the zip ties out and do our proper structural fillet, we can have a clean line over the spot weld. And then we'll do. So are we going to do the structural fillets after the gunwales or before the gunwales, you think?
So you're not the structural fillets. They'll be a later down the road. Once you get your spot welds in, then you can go ahead and bond in the in wales, out wales, and quarter knees.
Got it. Oh, and the quarter knees. I'm glad you brought that up. So we have a bit of a snafu with the quarter knees. So we glued up the quarter knees with the markings on the inside.
Right.
Of both sides. So we've got 4 quarter knees that are they're individually mated properly. They're just unmarked and we don't know which ones are which.
Okay, and let me take a look. I think maybe, okay, yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry. I think I should have done a better job of explaining. With those quarter knees, they're actually there's 4 that say bow. They're not all 4 the same.
Mm-hmm.
So when you glue them together, one is bigger than is supposed to be bigger than the other. So if you look at the 2 that say bow, but you said you glued them on the inside. So what's going to end up happening is your 2 bow pieces and your 2 stern pieces are going to be a little bit different sizes.
Right. And they're all different sizes. I mean, I guess the 2 halves that we glue together are supposed to be the same size as each other, right? Throughout.
No, that's what I was saying. So the one you're supposed to put it was a smaller piece on top of a larger piece. Because what it is it allowed, there's a step when you glue them together, is it's supposed to step up into and allow for the rake of the transom. So when they were the edges were going to go together, it would have been
like angle.
I'll go grab a chunk of wood. I can show a little better.
That's fine. We'll figure it out.
Yeah. So the edges where it meets the transom would have had a lap.
Right.
Yeah.
And that allows that to seat a little bit more ergonomically onto the.
Got it. Which is wild because we use the dowels to register them together, and the ones that we glued up. So we've got 4 pieces here. All 4 seem to be slightly different, but they're all registered with dowels. So
right, and I think the problem there is that this is something I think definitely needs to be addressed with the kit itself. And gluing those up is because the 2 of the 3 faces are going to be in line with each other, and it's just that one lap, and that's why all the holes line up for all the parts. If that makes sense.
Okay.
And so what will end up happening is you're going to have 2 let's see, I'm trying to think. Yeah, so one of your bow quarter knees is going to be slightly larger than the other one.
Got it. So
And what we can do, I'm trying to think, we actually, because we had one group in the first class had the same, had made the same mistake. And it's my apologies. I didn't do a better job explaining yesterday. But I think we should be able to come up with a workaround.
yeah.
Let me go. I'm going to run out to my truck really quick. I think I may have a couple extra sets of quarter knees, and I can put them together and see what they end up looking like.
Got it. And we'll do the spot weld in the meanwhile. Hey.
Yeah, I didn't see, I don't have any extras. I thought, for some reason, I thought I did. I know we have a bunch of them at the CNC shop.
Hey, Joel, we're going to do a little bit of vacuuming on the inside to clear out some of this dust and bits and pieces of wood chips and whatnot, or splinters and whatnot, and then we'll unmute again. But I'm just going to, just in case you're looking for us, I might not be able to hear you for the next minute or two.
Okay, that's fine.
All right, we're starting our spot weld.
All righty.
Hey Joel, so we're about to start mixing up this this blend here for the spot welds, and I'm wondering how much with our quart pumps we should be like approximating. I mean, we'll just make as much as we need because we got extra epoxy, but trying to get a sense.
I'd go ahead and start probably with 3 pumps of hardener, 6 pumps of resin.
Okay.
Probably be a good amount. Because if you got a little bit left over, you can kind of roll it into the next step.
Okay. Cool.
But I think that should pretty close get you to what you would need.
Okay. Sounds good. And again, just to be clear, the spot weld is only going on the hull and like the planks, the transom, and also the interior seat infrastructure, right?
Yeah. So I mean, it's basically anywhere you have zip ties kind of that are holding the boat together, you're just putting a little stripe of epoxy in between each one of those. So it's in between each zip tie on the hull, between bottom plank 1, 1 and 2, 2 and 3, inside the seat structure, inside the bulkheads, and then up the seam of the transom and the planks where they meet.
Got it. And we're for the seat infrastructure, we're not trying to put a bead where that where the top part of the seat will mate with the bottom part, right? We want that to be flush. We should come in from the underside of those joins and do it on the underside, right?
Well, so for those, because basically you're just kind of wanting to hold that doubler in place. There's no tension. So we just basically just put a little bit of thickened and kind of push it down in that little gap kind of right around those tabs. You can also just put a couple little spots underneath the doubler and then on the sides.
Got it. Okay, cool.
Yeah, because we won't be actually bonding that seat in until later, once we get all the fillets and structure put inside the bulkheads.
Got it. Okay, cool.